All right, let's see. Again, the good microphone. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the good microphone is good. Fire up the close. Hello, close cam. What a mess. Setting up a device. We're setting up Atrix microphone. Oh, silly. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. All right. Anyway, here we go. Let's see. Pop out the chats. All right. Well, I'm sorry I'm running around a little late today. I had some things I was taking care of this morning. Did not go smoothly. And then I got home and I found the water pressure is low. And I've been running trickle streams for the last few days with it being so cold. So I don't know exactly what's going on there, why my water pressure is low inside the house now. The only thing I could think of would be if I did have a busted pipe. So, cold weather. Anyway, if you're watching, if you're not watching, yeah, I'm a little bit late. I apologize for all that. So, let's see. I need to let my public know on the Discord, I think. So, anyhow, it's been, 2025 was not the greatest year. And 2026 doesn't seem to be starting out any better. uh, so it's just been just awful. Awful, awful, awful. So, but we'll do some hobby, get ready for tomorrow's game of Space Station Zero. And yeah. So hope everybody out there is doing well. I don't see anybody in chat yet. So anyhow, I am late. Like I said, I'm an hour later than I wanted to be. Hour and a half later than I wanted to be. So we're going to. This camera has been acting up on me. See, it just falls away like that. I I don't know why it just suddenly decided to start having problems where it's just won't stay tensioned. So that is frustrating. Extremely so. Extremely frustrating. Hey, Otto. How's it going? Good to see you, man. Appreciate you being here, amigo. So, this is my Streamiversary. 4 years of streaming so far. Heading into the 5th year. So, work on this piece of terrain here. I got this at, there was a game store over in Ashland. And they were selling off everything because the gentleman was closing it down, which he hadn't been open for like 2 years. So then he decided he'd finally close it down. So I went over and, like a bunch of vultures, we all descended on his shop and got good deals. And I was the last one to show up, so I got all the stuff that was left behind. And nobody else took the terrain, so I took all the rest of the terrain from the shop. And so I'm going to work on this a little bit today. Actually, I think I'm going to work on it a lot, finish that up. And yeah. So there were a couple of pieces that I did already that I refurbished. And these were not really detailed, really painted up too well. I think this had the metallic paint on it and the green, yellow, red lights on it. But what I did is I got a bottle of Dirty Down Rust, and this company, Dirty Down, actually it's from a company called Goblin Hut. So Goblin Hut makes this Dirty Down, they import this and they bottle it. So they import this, and they've got a yellow rust, they've got a verdigris green, they've got a moss, they've got a gore, which is like, red, like viscous red stuff you could use on a model. They've got snot as well. And this is pretty cold, so I don't know if it flows very well. But this is, so this is snot. So this is the same stuff as gore, only it doesn't have the red dye in it. So this is for like, saliva and just slimy looking, to make like monsters have slime coming off their teeth or whatever. You could also use it to do water effects. So you could do icicles with this as well. You could sculpt icicles with the snot as well. So anyhow, I was talking with Mark there at Goblin Hut, and he saw that I had a exhibitor's badge at the convention there, and he said, "Oh yeah, I give out free samples to the exhibitors." So I got a free bottle of Dirty Down Rust, and I used it finally. So this was just bare plastic. I trimmed down the base because it was really big for this, and after I gave it a wash of the Dirty Down, because this stuff really is rust. I mean, you are literally painting with rust when you use this stuff. So that is actual iron oxide there. I think there's I want to say there's acetone in this, because it is flammable. It's flammable, but it's water soluble. So I'm going to say that there's like acetone, I would just imagine, in there. Maybe some vinegar. Some things to, it's a suspension of rust. It's literally a suspension of iron oxide in there. And it will collect on the bottom. So you probably can't tell. But this stuff is just amazing. there's a lot of really neat products out on the market right now for hobbying, between speed paints, washes, and now we've got this dirty down rust, dirty down, um, what you call it, dirty down products from Goblin's Hut Hobbies. Goblinshut.com is where you can find this stuff. Um, they do get $1 or $2 for it. It's not cheap, but you don't really need to put a whole lot. It's not like doing big layers and layers and layers. And then it is water soluble, so after it's dry, if you want to peel it off of a spot, you can actually take a wet, like a Q-tip or a wet brush with hard bristles, and brush it back, which is kind of what I did right here. I just took a hard bristle brush, damped it up, got it wet, and kind of moved it out. Let's see, it's got a lot of carbon scoring there. Looks like it's seeing a bunch of action. Right? Nice callback. And then this is a piece of Foamex. It's expanded, or it's foam. It's PVC foam is what it is. So it's not styrofoam like say styroboard. It's actually hard, but it cuts very well with a Stanley knife. So, and I just kind of gave it a little irregular shape there to kind of. The thing about gaming terrain is I don't like to, for me personally, I don't like to have gaming terrain that has really regular bases on it. Like a building, I'll try to stay sort of close, but I don't want the base to be square, like square edges. I want it to be kind of organic in shape. So I tore off the old cardboard base that was on there. It was a little warped and a little worn and ragged. So then I glued it right back onto the foam PVC foam, and then I used super glue and laid down just sand. This is JP's Magic Mix right here. It's a mix of 3 different grits, size, sands, and kitty litter. So kitty litter gives you those large, chunky sort of rocks and the like, and then 3 different sizes of grit. Just gives you a nice variation in the texture. Not that you could really tell, but your eye would pick up on it if the texture is just too regular. So, me taking that to my Space Station Zero game tomorrow afternoon. And then this was just, I think that's the gear out of a VHS tape, I think. And so they just cut that at an angle and stuck it on a piece of. This is a mat board, like you would mount a poster onto, or photographs in, and put it in a frame. And it was a little warped, but I couldn't do much about it. But I did slice it away some. The grit was already on the base, so this is the original base that was on this piece. I just trimmed it up and made it smaller, so it would be a little closer to the shape of the obstacle. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the Dirty Down Rust. Check it out, goblinshut.com. Dirty Down Rust, verdigris, yellow rust, gore, and snot. Good stuff. I don't get any kind of consideration for it by any means. But as usual, if I use a product that I like, I'm going to tell people about it. So, let's see. All right. Let's get out the old palette here. The old palette. And I don't want to use the nice hobby paint on this. I want to, let's see, where's my craft paints? There's craft paints. And we've got dark brown, gray, green, blue, turquoise, neutral gray, dark gray. I don't think I've got any granite gray. Hey, that's pretty cool. Jet black. Cool. What is this other? What is this other? Charcoal. All right. Cool. Okay. So, we got some jet black here. Oh, camera fell down. Look at that. Bonkers. So we got jet black here. And we got charcoal. And we've got granite gray. And we've got neutral gray, which is kind of warm. That's kind of a warmer gray. I detect some brown in there. I've got to do something about this camera. It is driving me absolutely bonkers. I don't know why it just suddenly decide to start getting all loose on its holder there. That is mad making. Let's see. Get a little wire here. All right. Fix this right up. Put some tension on this thing. All right, we'll fix this right up here. Yep. Come on. Silly thing. That do it? That might do it. It's funny, just a little bit of tension is really all it takes to change it up a little. But that makes me mad. All right, let's see. Where are we here? Okay. All right. Go ahead and open this jet black up, and we will do a little undercoat of jet black on this piece of terrain here. That way we can work up from black as opposed to working down from colors. So now, of course, if you were to log in to Twitch, I'm still running the mental health crisis charity. So we still got the mental health crisis. The goodness gracious, I'm about to have a mental health crisis if this camera doesn't stay up and up. Well, I'll tell you what's really irritating, folks, if you're watching. So this winter, back in December, I learned that I hadn't been getting my paychecks deposited. Somebody had written the company I work for and given them bogus information of a new routing number and a new account number. So they got 4 weeks of my paychecks. And I used up all of my money without knowing that I wasn't getting my paychecks. So what that means is I'm, number one, the company got me back, got those, rewrote those checks out to me, but I'm literally $4,000 that I'll never see again, that somebody forced me to use because they stole from me. So the money that I wanted to use for improving the things for this stream is gone. I don't usually sound upset on a stream, but that just really makes me mad. And having this camera just suddenly decide to start wilting on me is just irritating. And it's been a rough last couple of weeks anyhow. I got sick from I don't know if it was COVID or not, quite honestly. It didn't feel like COVID. It actually felt worse than COVID, so it might have been the flu. I had a service call on a place, and they had a house full of sick kids, so I think I got sick from their kids, which I don't, I'm not upset with them about that. That happens. I mean, that's part of life, Kids are little sickness vectors, they are germ factories. So anyhow, I was sick for a week, and then this whole past week, with the snow and everything, my street has been absolutely treacherous to get out of and get down, which is fine. Nobody's called me for anything. So, but that's also income that I don't have for 2 weeks. On top of being behind anyhow, or, well, not behind. I mean, I was made whole from the company standpoint, but I'll never see the money that I wound up spending unknowingly. So the new camera interfaces that I was going to buy and various other things to make this stream better and to help my content creation overall, I was not able to make those purchases. So, we here in the Pocket Dimension are on a shoestring budget right now. But anyway, as it is, I have got a fundraiser for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline going on the Twitch channel right now still, because we did not make our goal last year. It's still going. We're going to keep it up here until we do make the goal. The goal is $250. Out of $250, so far we have raised $121. So we need another $129 to go here. Anyhow, yeah. So last year, not great. This year started off fantastic. It's frustrating. It really is frustrating. So, oh, and the cat knocked my glasses off onto the floor from the tray table I was using as a nightstand. And I got up and I stepped on them and broke my glasses. So that's also another expense I'm going to have to deal with. I tried gluing them together. I used green stuff. I used putty. I used sculpting putty and super glue to try to glue them back together, but that didn't work. It held for a little bit, but then it didn't, because glasses have quite a bit of tension on them. Putting them on and off your face, the tension of the lenses in the tension on of the lenses in the frames there. Yeah. Pumpkin almost found out what it was like outside, you know. He was just doing cat things. It's hard to be mad at a cat for doing cat things. They don't know any better. But he knocked my glasses off onto the floor. I got up and stepped right on them. Broke the frame, popped out the lens. Not cool, you know. So it'll be a little while before I have the money to get those replaced. So really? Camera? Really? 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 Oh my gosh. Yeah. So if I seem a little short, a little upset today, I am. It's just like everything's coming on at once. Everything is just. It's just the camera is the least of the problems, but it's the worst thing that's going on right now, and it doesn't help. It doesn't help my disposition today. I should be happy, but so I went. I went outside and shoveled my driveway finally, mostly. Of course, the street has not been plowed, so it's a sheet of ice. It's literally a sheet of ice. That's your tax dollars not at work, folks. I mean, I don't know why we pay property taxes if we're not going to get good service, you know? Worthless. Government is where worthless people find jobs. So, all right. So now we'll let that dry up. I guess we'll get this around here. I guess we'll just scoot everything over just a little bit, just a smidge. But I'm looking forward to a healthy convention season coming up here. So, in the beginning of March is GaboCon. Week after that is HerdCon. 2 weeks after that is Adepticon. 3 weeks after that is Wrathicon. And a week after that is Final Boss Con. And then in May, that gets us through April. Brown has always been terrible at not plowing. Oh yeah, P-Town has always been terrible at not plowing any streets or side streets. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm learning that, Otto. I mean, it's hard to know. It's not quite as noticeable when you have a snow and then 2 days later, it's in the 50s and everything's melted off. I mean, they kind of dodge responsibility that way. But when it's been 7 degrees, between -3 and 7 degrees at night, and your high during the day is we still it's been a week, a little over a week now, and we haven't broken 30 degrees. So, you know, you'd think that somebody quit sitting on their thumb and get something done around here. But it is what it is, I guess. It is what it is. Caesar's things to Caesar, I guess. But dang, if Caesar ain't the most lazy, feculent twit ever. Why do we even pay taxes? Uh, Makes me mad. Makes me mad. But it's been a heck of the last 4 weeks or so. 5 weeks, really. All right, we'll let that dry up. It's kind of chilly in here, so it might take a minute or two for it to dry. On the other hand, I do have the hot air gun here. Oh, goodness. Hey, Patty, how's it going? Patty, you just deemed Mr. Fantastic to give me a stretch. My hands are full. I can't stretch right now. Hello, Kristen Seeger. How you doing? Good to see you over here on the Twitch. I was just lamenting about how the last 5 weeks have been. And, well, I'm using a loud tool here, so sorry about that. All right. Put that away. Put that away for the time being. All right, so I think we got that dried out pretty well. So let's see. Am I going to ReaperCon this year? No, I am not going to go to ReaperCon this year. Kristen, I've actually never been to ReaperCon. I was hoping to go to Nova, but I don't think I can swing that right now. I am going to go to Adepticon. And then there's another over between March, April, and September and November. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got about 6 local conventions to go to. So I would like to go to ReaperCon sometime, but this year is not going to be it, unfortunately, I think. What with all the behind-the-scenes shenanigans at Nova, who knows if that's going to be around even next year. So I can't go into all that. I think it's all a bunch of mean girl drama, basically, is what it boils down to. But if we didn't have drama in this hobby, I mean, it's funny. Tabletop gaming, between board games, role playing games, and now miniatures, I have seen more grown men act like spoiled little girls than I'm comfortable with. It's just It's like, wow. Wow. And then you find out that people didn't say what they supposedly have said, and their opinion was actually opposite of what was told to you. And it's like, okay, well, that's interesting. I'm being intentionally vague here so that I don't get anybody in trouble for anything. Kind of boils down to everybody's got friends that do stupid things, and sometimes you just have to it's yeah, I don't want to get into it. Unfortunately, Patty says, I can assure you it's an internet problem. Kitty tells me all the time about the same stuff in sewing, knitting, etc. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm sorry that the stream is still the same potato quality stream level as it was last year. I was hoping to have better equipment this year, but I had a weird thing happen to me in that somebody sent an email to our financial side of things in my company, in the company I work for, and changed my or changed had them change my direct deposit information. Well, it wasn't my direct deposit information. They had something else going on, so it went to another account that wasn't mine. So they didn't hack me. They basically committed wire fraud, basically. And nobody thought to double check with me, because it's something that I would have probably come into the office and hand delivered information to instead of. I mean, why would I email my own company? Not my own company, but the company that I work with, that I can walk into the office and say, here's some new information. Nobody checked. So anyway, they reissued those checks to me, but the amount that those checks was was about equal to what I had been living off of for a month. And so my zero level, which if you have an account that you use all the time for paying bills and getting groceries and all that kind of stuff, sets you 0 points so that you have like I hate to say a parachute, but you can have a soft landing if you have to. Well, I used all up that soft landing without even knowing it. So basically, yeah, it's like $4,000 that I'll never see again. So that was even my Christmas bonus that they got, which I used the amount from my Christmas bonus or end of year bonus, depending on how you see that sort of thing. I like end of year bonus because it is non-denominational. um, anyhow, I used that amount on a couple of things that I had my eye on. And then I took some cash in the next day to the bank and gave them the cash that I had, because the weird thing is when you do service calls, sometimes people will give you, if you've done, like, this is really weird, Pat, but I'm going to tell you, doing service calls, sometimes people will give you a little extra on top as a tip. There's nothing wrong with taking a tip. I've talked to my boss about it. they're all cool with, if somebody wants to give you a tip, go ahead and take it. Um, so I had some money, some cash that I took in. I took into my bank, handed it to the teller. She gave me my balance back, and the balance was $53, and I had given her about $150 in cash. And I said, "Wait." I went out to the car, and I looked at that balance that she gave me, and I said, "Wait a minute. There's got to be something wrong here." I said, I should have like $6,000 in the bank here." And she said, "No." I said, "That's interesting." So I said, "Can I have a printout? Can you give me a long statement?" So she printed out the long statement for me. I looked at it, and I realized there hadn't been any deposits going in for the previous 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks, whatever it was. And I jumped on that real quick. So yeah. So basically, the improvements that I wanted to make, I wanted to get a switcher, because I've got three new cameras here that I wanted to put on a switcher so I could have a face cam, because the camera on my laptop is shot. So I wanted to get a switcher, and I was hoping to get a new laptop so I could either replace this one here that I have at my workstation, or set one up so I could do more remote work with it, so I could remotely stream. But because somebody decided to intercept my paychecks, basically they stole. While they stole the paychecks from me, yes, I did get those back. They still, in effect, stole the money. They might as well just stole the money right out of the bank. So that was frustrating. Makes me mad. No, the company got my money back to me, Pat. That was no problem. They hopped on that real fast. I mean, they just cut me a check to make it up, but they didn't double check with me on that on that on that adjustment, which I'm a little upset with that. But I'm like, accidents happen, mistakes happen. People assume things, and we all know what happens when someone assumes things. So, all right, noise. Let's see. Patty says your company should make you whole if it was their problem. We got a new office lady one time, and she started making the check out to A1 Patty Wilson instead of me. I incurred late fees because of it, but they at least covered my late fees. Yeah. Well, I mean, they covered the money that they lost, but I can't do anything about the money that I used out of my account. Cuz the thing is like, I'm fairly frugal, so I don't really spend a whole lot, and I get my stub at the end of whenever I get my paycheck, I get a stub. and I get a report that shows what was put in to my direct deposit. So in my mind, I'm like, well, pay bills, buy groceries, etc. Um, and so in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, this week I've got X amount, and I've got these things going out, so I'll have, this amount left over. Um, so I really don't spend a lot of time really checking my accounts the way most people do, because I don't really have, I know the date my mortgage goes out. I know the date and amount my mortgage goes out. I know the date and the amount that my um, electric, water, and gas go out. I know the date that my credit card goes out. So as long as I have money to cover those at those times, and then cover my day-to-day expenses, um, I pretty well don't worry too much about it. I don't really check. Um, Maybe I should have been doing. I mean, you could, and that's why I'm not holding my company to reimburse me the money that I lost just through day-to-day use. They can't do anything about that. That's not their responsibility. Let's see. I'm going to. Oh, shoot. All right, we got bots in the chat. Bots in the chat. Bots in the wire. Bots in the wire. Take that, Clinker. Oh, come on. All right, Clinker. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, I'm trying to get rid of this bot here. Sorry. Well, for crying out loud. Oh my goodness. All right. Okay, I think we got rid of the bot. So, yeah, it's been kind of a rough last few weeks. All right, here we go. Rumble chat, YouTube chat, Twitch chat. Here we go. All right. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, it was frustrating, Pat. But especially since I had the plan was to do some things to really improve the stream. But what you gonna do, you know? And then last week I got sick. I was out all week last week being sick. And then this week has not been good because of the road conditions. So, and nobody's called me out for any work this week, so, which is understandable. They're probably sitting in home the way I was. But anyhow, so we're working on this little piece of terrain here for Space Station Zero. And it's just some sort of stack or hopper of some sort, who knows. So, and of course we are still running the 988 suicide and crisis prevention Lifeline charity. So there's still an opportunity to make a donation there. If you haven't yet, it's there on the Twitch. If you're in the Twitch there, folks, if you're on either Rumble or YouTube, you can hop over and log into Twitch. You know you have an account there. I know you do. So a couple of bucks there would probably go a long way to help maybe make somebody's day better. Give someone to listen to. Oh, so we're just gonna use a little bit of silver paint here. I'm just using basic old Vallejo game color. What is this? Gunmetal. This was purple and green before, so I'm gonna try to give it a little bit more of a interesting look here. Just use, not going heavy. I'm just kind of not really dry brushing, just kind of slop brushing, I guess you'd say. Slop, chop, slap, slap. Whatever the kids are calling it these days. It's just terrain, so it doesn't have to be nice like a miniature. Terrain is one of those things, it's background. So think of it as being slightly blurry and off camera. Like, you know how you watch a movie and you'll see you're focused on the main characters in the foreground of the scene, but you don't really notice the background that much. It tends to be blurred out, especially in close-up scenes. So, I think that looks a lot better than that purple and green. Sort of a thing. So, but yeah, I thought about starting a GoFundMe to see if anybody could help raise those funds back, but somehow that doesn't seem like it's that much of an emergency to really ask people for help that way. Seems kind of like e-begging. No beggar. You know, as long as I got breath, I can make things work somehow. You know what? I just cleaned off my metallic paint in the color water. Oh well, it needs to change anyway, so I'll do that here in a minute. I need to change the water out on both of these cups, really. So let's see. Let's see what else I've got here. Oh, I've got this wonderful tinny tin. I like tinny tin. Tinny tin is one of my favorite colors. I mean, this is the equivalent of this is Vallejo Game Color Tinny Tin. It is the equivalent of Tin Bits, and Tin Bits was the Citadel color that this was, and the Cote d'Arms, which used to be the old Citadel color line. Cote d'Arms also made P3. HMG Paints, it was the actual company behind the early Citadel paints and the P3, the original P3 line. So Magic Metal was the color, is what they called it in the original Citadel. In the current line is what they call that in the in Cote d'Arms. It's called Magic Metal. So yeah, I've got to trying to just kind of give everybody a lowdown of the way last few weeks have been. I took a break to do some things, to try to work on things to make this channel better, and well, I didn't get to do that. I still have videos I need to edit, and so I got to work on those. The Adepticon review that I have everything set up for that I wanted to do last year, I didn't get to do. I mean, I didn't get to finish it. So it's just going to be a retrospective and a what would they call that? What would they call it if you're looking forward to something and you do a retrospect with a forward-looking thing? I don't know. Don't know what you would call it. Preview, retrospect, and preview. Yeah, hey Patty, excellent. Well, have a good time, whatever you're doing, heading out there. Be safe. We'll see you back on maybe if you get back on. And don't forget, we still got the holy crap. Wait a second. Nope. Sorry. I'm just looking. I thought I saw some money in the crisis, the suicide crisis lifeline there, but we're still holding fast at 121 right now. So I thought somebody might have made a donation, but that's because I'm not wearing my glasses, because Pumpkin, again, another thing, Pumpkin knocked my glasses off onto the floor. I didn't know they were on the floor, and I stepped on them. But yeah, I'll be going late. I'll be going till midnight. So I got a late start anyway, as it was. So I apologize for that to anybody that was watching earlier, expecting me to be on at noon my time. I did some things outside, and then I went grocery shopping. So for the price of groceries, I could have ordered DoorDash 3 times this weekend. So, all right, what am I doing here now? Yeah. it's kind of neat the way it is right there, but I think we need to add a little bit of personality. We're going to put some of this dirty down on here. I'm going to show off how this stuff works. It's pretty neat. Pretty nifty stuff. Actually, I'm going to use some of this. And I'm going to do the inside of this. With the tinny tin. But I need to go get the groceries out of the car here in a little while. When it's time for a break. Probably another hour or so. Half hour maybe. About 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 3:30. But yeah, it's just been an awful. Last 5 weeks has just been kind of awful. All right, we're going to let that, well, it's kind of cold in here, and cold doesn't let things dry very fast, so we're going to hit it with the old heat gun. Not too close with the heat gun, we don't want to melt it. And then what? And then. Oh. So somebody put a little grit in here, like maybe this is like, maybe they're supposed to shovel down coal into a coal scuttle or something here. So do that. And we'll use a little bit of this gunmetal again. Don't need to use a whole lot really, by any means. But yeah. But my calm has been harshed. You know, my mellow is a little bit unmellowed of late. So I'm going to use Delta Ceramic Coat charcoal for the texture outside here and inside here. So we're going to get a nice layer of this charcoal down, and then we're going to dry brush it up to a lighter gray. So dark gray charcoal, to lighter grays. Just like we have on the other pieces. So we'll just get that down in there. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're not looking for perfect. We're just looking for decent coverage. So now I'm not going to wait for that layer to dry. I'm going to use this what is this, neutral gray right here. Americana Arts, American, just, craft paint, nothing fancy. I'm going to mix this up though. I think it's been sitting for a while. So it looks like it was a little separated there at the top. So I'm gonna, shaking it up there, put it on the mixer. That is kind of an industrial strength mixer too. So that's a lot bigger than your than the little nail. Nail polish mixers that they sell a lot of times. They'll stick a hobby label on it and call it a paint mixer for hobbying, but this is some thick stuff. I don't know if it would really work, and this is a fairly heavy bottle, 2 ounces, so it's a fairly heavy bottle. So you need sort of a heavier duty. That is the paint mixer that I use is by Typhoon Hobbies, Typhoon, Typhoon Hobbies. You can look them up online. Again, I don't get any consideration for recommending on any of the things that I use. So of course there's a lot of paint in these things, so you do tend to squeeze out a little more than you're going to use. At least I do. But that's all right. I've got another piece just about ready to go. I sprayed it this morning in the cold. So I brought it in, and yeah, it still stank because outgassing. But you can prime if you hit it real fast when as soon as you get out the door before it has a chance to normalize the outside temperature, and you've got a nice warm spray can. You can you can you can spray prime in the cold. You just can't do a whole lot. Just kind of have to get it done and get it done quick. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Cool. All right. Now we're going to paint the base. Now this base was already done, and there's already grit on the base. It's not a lot sticking out, but that's okay. There doesn't need to be a whole lot. You're just looking for, when you're doing a base on a piece of terrain, the base really does a lot to help protect the piece of terrain. It gives it a little bit more durability. Um, it helps keep the weaker portions from getting smushed. So, which the weaker portions would be the parts that would be in contact with the table. So, cool. Cool, cool. All right, so this is beginning my 5th year of streaming. So, welcome, welcome. Normally, I try to give gifts out on my anniversary, my streamiversary, because I'm doing this, that you guys keep me going. But I still have things to send out from last year. So, and because of various things, I did not have the fundage that I needed to be able to provide cool things, cool drawings this time around. I guess times is tough all around, you know. So to speak. So, all right, so there's the bases painted up, textured. The texture inside the cone of the hopper is painted up. We've got some nice streaky, brassy looking, coppery brassy. Plus, I mean, that's got some really good, great interest there. But I think I might like to add a little bit something more to kind of match it in with the other pieces that I've already done. So I want to add it to so I want to add it to these two pieces. So we're going to put some of the dirty down rust on it. Just like that. Because I want to make these feel unified, like they live in the same place. So that dirty down is going to help us to achieve that effect. So I want to make them feel like they live together, you know. So this says, shake pot with the ball bearing rattling before every use and stir contents to remove all lumps. Let's put her on the old shaker. All right, now you can hear that ball rattle around in there now. And then this stuff does separate evidently, so we're gonna have to open it up and do a quick little stir to scoop it up off the bottom, because it does tend to settle, because there is real live honest to goodness rust in there. It's just in a suspended solution, or it's suspended in a solution, I should say. So that's what it looks like. So we're going to go ahead and give it a quick little stir here. Try to get some of that up off the bottom. It's kind of hard to stir with something that has such a narrow neck there, but I think we got it pretty well up and running. Look how evenly it drips off of there. So I think we're in good shape there. So be careful not to spill it. The old Nuln Oil two-step. Now there's a little rust booger right there. It must have come up from the bottom of the pot there. So we're going to consider where moisture might collect, run down maybe even. Add a little water to it maybe even. Let it run naturally, or encourage it to. So this dirty down, you could use it like a wash. That would be fine, or you can be intentional with where you put it. You can paint it on in patterns. You can paint it on thin. You can do coats of it. You can paint it on thick. It really has a lot of really nifty things you can do with it. And you can see how it definitely changes the color over bare metal colors there. Something to consider too is the more you put on it, the darker the rust becomes. So old rust tends to be darker than new rust. New rust tends to be light colored. Now let's say there's a little bit of damage over here, right around this. Let's see, let's put some damage there, some damage there. We'll draw it down. Just let it fade away, like it's following moisture, following water down. maybe some condensation. And we'll build that up to a really dark rust color there. We'll let it set and dry. And it really does dry up pretty quickly. I really do love this dirty down stuff. It's just amazing. Because you can go from everything to from a really highly corroded area like that to just having a light, just the slightest patina of rust. Let's put a little bit more down around the base here. Let's make it look real corroded down here. Really, really, really corroded here. I'm getting out of frame here. That's the problem with having a camera have to set up differently than I usually had it. We're gonna really cake it on right there. Just play around with it, stipple at it, beat on it, bash on it. Just give it some nice interest. Hey Miar, how's it going? Good to see you. How's your winter been so far? Good to see you, Miar. I've been missing your painting projects in the Discord. Haven't seen much activity there. Things must be getting pretty busy for you lately. So right now I'm using Rust by Dirty Down from goblinshut.com. Check out goblinshut.com and you can get your own various weathering and rusting agents. So unlike some of the two-part rust formulas that you can get, say, at craft stores, this is a single coat, single application, and it literally is, you are literally painting with rust because there is actual iron oxide in a suspension in this. You can actually see little globulates of it right here on the inside there. 23 months of awesome JP action, ready for 12 months more. Awesome. Thank you for the subscription there, Miar. Appreciate it. Appreciate the resubscription there. So we'll see what this year has to offer. Last year wasn't great. This year hasn't started out too terrific itself. But I talked about that earlier. I don't want to revisit that right now. I don't want to talk about it. You can rewind and find that if you want. Let's just say I didn't get paid for things that I needed to get paid for. It was weird. It was weird. I think I know I mentioned something about it in my Discord, I think. So I know you're on there, so you could probably see what that's all about, Miar, but I don't want to talk about that. So hopefully things get better over the next few months. And I'm able to regain the things that I've lost. I have not done any hobbying. I put together a Boba Fett for my brother, but I need to print off the Jabba chair for Boba. Oh, very cool, very cool. That's the Boba Fett with the black undersuit. Is that a Bandai kit? Am I still getting work? Well, I was sick all last week, and then this week we've been kind of snowed in. I haven't gotten any calls, so I've got a couple of projects to get to, but I just haven't been able to get out to them. I got some things I can do in between calls, but I haven't been getting much this week. Last week when I was sick, people called, but that's no good. I think it was the flu. I think I had the flu because I felt worse than I felt whenever I ever had COVID. So. All right, let's see. I'm going to use a little bit of chainmail here, or gunmetal, sorry, gunmetal. And I'm going to do a little bit of detail work and just pick out little places where maybe the rust has been worn off. So, right here, maybe where some custodian has climbed up right here. Just wanted to keep that where you're going to have wear and tear. But that dirty down rust really makes a nice, I mean, it literally looks like rust because it is rust. So I'm liking that. It's going to be, I rail and rail and rail against over weathering things. Now this, I mean, is it over weathering? It could be. We just don't know what this particular structure is. This is I'm refurbishing this for a game of Space Station Zero tomorrow afternoon. So I've helped my stepson build some custodies too. Yeah, very cool. Hey, you didn't know, but there's female custodies too. They just had their helmets on for, you know, 35 years of lore. We didn't know that there were female custodies because they had their helmets on. That's a little bit. I think that's a little bit rude to people that have kept up with the lore for that particular game. Oh yeah. Oh. By the way, yeah, we just forgot to tell you because they had their helmets on, so we there were always female custodies. You just didn't know. Which I mean, Workshop can do what Workshop wants to do, but I think treating their fans like they're idiots is. I think that's where people's problem comes from. I don't think people are against the idea of having female custodies, other than just being treated like, oh, you just don't know, you're just dumb, and if you don't agree, you're a bigot, like, or misogynist or whatever, and that's not right. That's not right. That's no way to treat people. Well, you just didn't know, but there really were female custodies. They just had their helmets on. Really, that's the best you can come up with? You're telling me that you have people like Dan Abnett that can write 16 Ways to Sunday upside down and backwards and tell you a story that will bring you to from the heights of ecstasy to the depths of despair, and that's the best you can come up with. Well, you just didn't know they had their helmets on. That's the best you can do. I mean, why are you going to treat people like that? I mean, there's a lot of really talented, imaginative people that could have come up with much better ways to introduce that particular change to the lore. You know? No, no, they don't, Miar. No, no, they're supposed to be 100% female custodies, even though all the lore says the firstborn sons of noble houses. Because you know what would happen if you have female custodies and male custodies? You're going to basically create a new form of human being if they ever get together and make little baby custodies. Then you're not going to need to have custodies um, be the firstborn sons of noble houses. They will be the noble house. They will be the only noble house. So it's kind of a like I don't necessarily mind. I mean, how can I mind? I mean, it's what's done is done, right? What are you gonna do? Tell them to go back in time, and what are you gonna do? Just hop in the TARDIS and go back and go to the boardroom meeting and say, guys, this is a really bad idea. No, I mean, you're gonna have to either be okay with it because it's their property to write whatever they want to write. It's their playground. And I mean, if it's not for you, go. You can buy something else. You don't have. There's nothing that says you have to buy Workshop's products. Now, am I a fan of the change? I mean, it's got issues. Again, the way they did it. It's not so much that they did it; it's just the way they did it. That's where I think most people's issues are. And what happens is, especially online, there's people online that refuse. They don't want to listen, right? They don't want to come up with an understanding. They will willfully decide they're not going to understand what you're talking about just so they can be mad at you. And they want to be mad so they can be right. Well, sorry, if you're mad doesn't mean you're right. It just means you're mad. But there are people that will willfully misunderstand you, willfully pretend like they don't understand like what you're talking about. I mean, that's just how it is. You can't reason with the unreasonable. So instead of listening to, well, these are the reasons why I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with it as a thing per se. I just have a problem with workshop trying to treat everybody like they're idiots and have never read anything for the last 35 years. Like, if you're going to change your lore, give us a good story. Don't just tell us, well, there always have been. Give us a good story. Give us something we can enjoy. If you're gonna tell us a fictional tale, aka a lie, yeah, fiction is a lie. That's I mean, make it a good one. You know, make it a good one. Keep us entertained. That is what Workshop is, isn't it? It's an entertainment company. Really, ultimately, it produces games and miniatures. Has an IP that's explored through books and video games, soon to be TV show, as well as animated features on their own what you call it, their own streaming service. So tell us a good story. It's not like they don't have talented writers. All right. Well, I'm going to take a little break here, and I'm going to get the rest out of the groceries out of the car, bring those in so they don't freeze if they haven't already. I don't think they have. It was pretty warm in the car. Cat hair. Where'd the cat hair come from? So I'm gonna take a little break, bring in the groceries, take care of a biological matter as well. What else can I do? I don't know. Anyhow, I'll take a little break. So we'll be back in just a bit. All right, now we are back. We are back. We are front, and we are side to side, 5 by 5. Miar says he's sorry that he's at Walmart. Well, you should be. All right. All right. I think that's pretty good for that piece right there. There's maybe some things. This is not going to be a super duper. It's just a piece of terrain. It doesn't need to be outrageously outrageous, you know. I feel pretty sorry every time I go into Walmart too. All right, so now we've got 3 nifty little pieces. 3 little pieces of terrain for playing Space Station Zero. 3 little pieces. So 3 little pieces of terrain there. So, all right. So there's those 2, 3. We'll set those over on the shelf here. And here is a piece I sprayed outside really quick. I overdid it just a little bit. I was trying to get this. It just wouldn't stick to that. So this is just another overturn. This is a plastic cup. The other one was a styrofoam cup. This is a plastic cup. And so we're going to go ahead and do something neat with this. I think close this up so it doesn't get spilled or evaporate. I think what I want to do with this is So I think what I want to do with this is I'm going to go ahead and let me see what I've got here as far as colors. Or let's see. I think I want to make it red. Red's a good color. But before we paint it red, we want to do something like a light color underneath it, which, I mean, it's gray. I spray painted it gray. But because we're using craft paints, red craft paints, instead of high density pigment, or high pigment density hobby paints, I think we're going to go ahead and do like an undercoat of buttermilk first. So we'll do that and shake this up. Noise. And more noise. Let's see what that does. Let's see if that gives us a nice creamy blend of creamy buttermilk tan here. Give it a little more of a shake here. Shake down, break down. Everybody's walking through the crowded life. All right. Okay. So we'll go ahead and get a good sized brush. Pick up quite a bit there. I don't really have a huge brush, do I? Other than this one that I've been using, it works okay. It's not a bad color overall, really. It's almost real life. In real life, you'd almost see that color on a piece of industrial equipment anyway, wouldn't you? I think. Shake down, break down, take down. All right. Yes, I'm liking that. I'm liking that. I've been watching a canvas painter on Instagram of all places of lately. Been thinking about getting back into painting canvases. Maybe I'll do more of those this year. I don't know. I've got an army from Game of Fire and Ice, Song of Fire and Ice to paint up. I was looking at all the options for that particular army Miar, and evidently I got more. There's more boxes to collect. I mean, no surprise there, right? But yeah, I think maybe that might be my big project for the next couple of months to get that painted up. Maybe get with you and DD. We can have a weekend tournament of fire and ice. I don't know. At the end of May, there is a plastic modeling show in Louisville. I think it's called Wonderfest. I haven't heard any word on whether or not they're doing Bourbon City Brawl yet again in October. I'm on there. I joined the Discord. So we'll see if that's still going on. I don't know. Never know where these cat hairs come from. Almost like there's been a cat in here at one time. So the trick is to disguise everyday objects like cups so that they don't look like what they are. So what I did here is I added a little elbow, little CPVC elbow here. Drilled a hole in, cut a hole in the cup so I could slide that in there. Seal it up with a little putty to make it look like a weld. And then put an electrical connector right here. Put some wires into it, jammed it around, bent them, made them look like conduits, jammed them into the cup. I think that did a nice job of kind of giving it some interest there to make it look not so much like a cup. Then I put a little piece of I think that's a tank right there, a viewport from a tank. I glued that to the side here, and just giving little bits and pieces of interest. 2 hatches from the same tank, I think. And then there was you know, the bottom of the cup sometimes has a weird little divot in it. So I covered that up. It has like recycling information and all that. So then what I did is I just glued a 40 millimeter base over top of the bottom there, and yeah, hit all that, and just that alone, having that really flat surface. Now, probably another hatch or something would have been cool to put up there, but I just didn't feel up to doing that. I didn't feel like doing it, so I didn't. Nothing says I can't scrape the paint off and add one later. And I could have glued some little pieces of cardboard and the like to it just to give a little more interest, you know, a little more texture. But I think I'm not going to worry too much about that. I think I'm just going to leave it as it is here, and then we'll paint it red. Let's hit this with the old heat gun again. So noise, heat gun. I think that'll be fine. That'll be good right there. Let's see. I have one called Opaque Red, and I have one called Cardinal Red. Looks like the Cardinal Red is a little bit deeper, so we're going to go with that. Let's go ahead and put it on the shaker. All right, let's see what that does for us. It's been sitting in this bottle for quite a while. These things are fairly shelf stable, but this one may be a little thick yet. Well, let's see. Oh, wow. It's very thick. Okay. All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's go ahead and we're going to throw a little bit of Merlin's Magic Medium in there. And it's a little thick. I mean, it's still workable, but it needs some help. So we're going to put some oh, this is like a combination wetting agent, acrylic medium, and I'll have to get another jar of this at Adepticon this year. Maybe a couple of them. All right, let's get this mixed up. Let's see if this will mix well on in here. It's going to take a minute, I think. Let's see. Let's see what this is. It might be too thin. Oh, that looks about right. Still a little chunky still, but that's okay. That's okay. We can live with a little chunky. I'm a little chunky. Are you a little chunky? All right. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow, that's really bright. It's okay. it'll dry darker. We can always put another coat on it as well. That's almost a it's not quite a magenta. It's a little bit further back than a magenta, but it's pretty close. It's not as dark as a magenta, maybe a light magenta. So, you may notice that there are brush strokes going along, which you're going to get that with red anyway. You can see the brush strokes because it is thin. It's not I'm not keeping it terribly thick, but it is thin, and because red is not a strong pigment, generally speaking. Huh. It is really cold. Yep, that's right, Miar. It is really cold, especially up there where you live. It's been it hasn't hardly broken even 30 degrees over the last week here. So -5, never -7. To 28, 26, 27, 28 degrees. Not even 29 degrees. I think yesterday the high was 26. So this is the coldest winter that I can remember for a long time. Usually we'll have 3 or 4 days of really bitter cold, maybe a week, and maybe even some snow. But then we're back to being in about the 30s and 40s, you know. So get a little bit of brush strokes there, but on my next coat, instead of following those that way, I'll be going crossways. So we can always do a couple of thin coats. Not going to hurt anything. I thought about just sticking with the cream for a little while, but I wanted something that's going to stand out on the table, which I think that cream color would stand out on the table. It would be very interesting, I think, in a sea of industrial wreckage, you might say. But maybe when I do another one. Hey Dee Dee, how's it going? Must say I have a red from AK and it's smooth as butter, but must layer and I wish it was warmer. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of AK personally, but that's everybody's got their own tastes on those. I do like the Procryl reds. Oh my goodness, what is that yellow doing open? Oh, how did that? Huh. At least it's not dried out. That's good. That was like, so Procryl usually has these dropper bottle sort of tops on them, like this. But I like the flip top bottle tops, so I order the extra bottle top, so I just flip over. It's again, it's one of those things that I like it for. It feels more convenient for me. Would I take them traveling in that particular condition? Probably not. If I'm going to have a travel set, I would want to have the dropper bottle lid on them. Let's see. Well, DD, things are things, you know. I mean, I was sick last week. This week with the weather, I was feeling pretty low. Couldn't get out the house. Wasn't getting a lot of trouble calls from work, so it was not. It was one of those things. I was not in a good place. I got to thinking about the issue that I talked about with you here a while back with the bank. That's been on my mind because that's money that while my employer, you know, gave me back what was taken, what was intercepted, I should say, between them and me. You know, the money that I burned through. I say burned through, but utilized, burned through. Like I'm spending a whole lot on everything, but I wasn't. It was just everyday living and paying bills and the like. You know. That was that's been on my mind because that's money that I'll never see again. You know. I mean, I gotta work twice as hard to make it up, right? So that was frustrating. That's been on my mind, been frustrating. Which, I was saving up to get some better equipment to make the channel look better, so I can have multiple cameras, 4K cameras, and switcher. I was gonna have a switcher because you can't really run too many cameras off a USB. Bandwidth issues, but if I had a switcher, the switcher will separate the HD signals from the cameras and send it out, and the computer will read it as one camera, one USB camera, because I can send those out of the switcher. I can send it out as USB signal, so I could get my channel back to looking, well, in the fashion that it started out with face cam and action cam, and then probably a camera on maybe a turntable, so I could have something else down in the corner going on. But I just haven't. I mean, I haven't the funds to do that. Well, it's resolved to a point. I mean, it's resolved to. I got, I got the paycheck money back, but I used up. You know, how you have, like, this is my 0 point. Even though you may have $4,000 or $5,000 in the bank, you stop spending. You know, at that 0 point. You have that. This is my budget. This is where my budget ends. This is where my budget begins, and anything past this is my cushion. Well, I mean, I used up my cushion and I didn't know it, right? So it's resolved between me and my employer, but they've got to deal with the bank that the person used as a, is that so? But I'm still out. No matter what, I'm still out money on it. which I'm glad my employer, acted really quick on getting those checks back out to me. So I can't ask for any more than that, really. But yeah, that's been on my mind because it's like, wow, that is one of those things that, well, anytime you have financial issues, that's gonna take up bandwidth in your brain. Yeah, I think she felt pretty bad about it. Um, I'm a little upset that nobody contacted me when they got that information and said, "Hey, we got this email." And I mean, why would I email the office when it's something that I could just walk in and do? You know. So yeah, I mean, it's but you'll get that. You know. Oh well. You know. I was saying earlier. I kind of thought about opening, starting a GoFundMe, but I don't feel like begging. Hey, help me out. I basically got robbed. But oh well. But I'll be doing my tax return here before too long, so that'll be a little bit come back to me, and I'll be back up. I'll be back up before you know it. But I'm starting basically. I mean, he's basically starting from zero at that point. Anyhow, that's been on my mind. I don't want to put that there. I don't want that color there. I don't want that color there. But I was just saying, I've got this. I think maybe in the next couple of months, my project is going to be to get this Song of Fire and Ice army painted up. I'd hit it with primer if the weather was better. Actually, I did prime this morning, believe it or not. I primed this just before I went to Kroger, and of course, secondary streets around here are not clear, so that was fun. Which is one of the reasons why I just haven't been out of the house at all this week. Aside from just starting out the week just getting over being sick from last week, and then we had condition 3 and condition 2 for a couple of days. So all right, we're gonna let that dry. We're gonna hit it with the. I think we'll hit it with the hot air. But we'll try to get back to streaming, and I'm kind of thinking about working on a different schedule, maybe doing every other Saturday or something like that, just because I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about doing every other Saturday and just going for like a long session, like 6 hours. Um, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. You know, especially since last year, with my AC went out. You know, I didn't stream for what, a month and a half, almost 2 months really, because I didn't have an air conditioner. Of course, that was also I also had a week and a half off there because I went to Gen Con in that period of time. Noise. Oh, looks like I got a little too warm there. Well, that'll add some interest to it, won't it? Now it looks a little bit more beat up. We don't have. Hey, Black Skull, how's it going, man? Well, I hit that with a little too much heat right there. I guess I got a little too warm. Oh, silly man me. Yeah, silly man. I'll tell you what, silly. So, how is everything in the Great White North up there? Um, you're more than welcome to come and get the snow that you dropped on us down here. You're more than welcome to have it back, and the cold weather too. Um, we're done with it. Happy little accidents. We don't make mistakes. We have happy little accidents. So, yeah, look at that. I hit that with the heat gun a little too much in that area, and we got a nice little warp going on there. But again, this is gonna want to look old and beat up, ancient. I'm making some terrain for Space Station Zero, by the way, Black Skull. Let's see. Finally ended our deadly week of below zero temps and high winds this morning, just in time for 22 degrees and freezing rain. Snow coming in later. Yeah, well, we had snow, and then we had, I got a 4-inch thick crust of snow frozen up with, I guess we had some rain over top of it, or maybe just underneath it. But either way, it's a crust. We got crusty snow here, and we're probably it probably sounds like balmy weather to you. Our lows have been 5, 6, 7 degrees at night. Last week they were a little bit colder, obviously, but this week things have gotten warm. We got up to 7 degrees above Fahrenheit last night, and it's supposed to be 28 degrees today. We have not broken 30 degrees for the last 7 days. So, like I said, for you, it'd be a warm day, and it'd be like Florida weather. You'd be out here in your Bermudas. Yeah, 5, 6, 7 degrees is long pants and sweater weather here, right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So this marks 4 years of streaming, and yeah, starting on the fifth year here. Looking to make some changes. Looking to get some better equipment. Um, Dress things up a little bit more. Unless everybody likes just the super stripped down, real super basic, no bells, no whistles kind of thing, I'll keep on doing it. But I do want to add a couple more cameras. I've got the cameras, I just don't have the switcher yet. That was the only thing I was waiting for. Like, there's a couple of different switchers I've been looking at. They're pretty well, I mean, they both seem to have pretty good results, and as far as being user friendly, they're they're uh, they're both about equally as confusing to a non-technically minded person as myself. But yeah, they would go. What's funny though? What's funny is people sell them used for about the same price as they buy them brand new. So either they really hold their value, or people are just desperate to buy them, and they'll buy a used one for nearly the price of a new one. I don't understand it, because I was looking at things and I was like, oh well, let me see what they got on eBay. Well, they're asking about the same price used as they are new, and it's like, why? Why in the world would you do that? Black Skull says, say I may have something to contribute to your Space Station Zero stash. I bought some mechanical scarabs on bases a while back for my game. Got a couple extra if you want them. They fit scenario with the mechanical bugs. Good resin cats. Sure, if you have no use for them, you can send them on to me. We're probably playing like once every 2 weeks. We're going to start our campaign tomorrow. So if you would like to, that'd be fine. I've got something to send to you too, Black Skull. I've been meaning to get it out the door, but you know, you know how that goes. I used to be a lot better at it, but this last year has just been awful. I just hope that this last 4 or 5 weeks, has not indications of the way the rest of this year is going to be. And I'm not talking about news or current events. I'm just talking about personally. You know? Although news and current events is considerably distressing these days. But we don't talk about that here on this channel. The outside world does not exist here in the pocket dimension. That does not exist. So we won't talk about that stuff here. Painted mine up, and they are great. Kind of creepy too. Cool. Well, creepy is good. Yeah, I'll send you my address. No problem. All right. So, may have to do another coat, but at the same time, this is going to get distressed anyhow. So, doing another coat. I did one coat, two coats. I think I'll just leave it because it needs to be a little rough looking anyhow. The outside world does not exist in this dojo. Right. right. If you set these out on your lawn, it will keep the neighbor kids in their own damn yard. Nice. Well, I like creepy bugs. As you can see, I've been working on some of these reaper spiders. So, creepy bugs are always welcome in my games. What is the problem, Mr. Lawrence? Nice. Yes, little Karate Kid. Little Karate Kid references there. Sweet. In middle school band, we actually played one of our tunes in our repertoire was The Glory of Love. I don't think I will ever forget that song as long as I live. Middle school band. Concert band, in fact. The Glory of Love by Peter Cetera. At least it wasn't Birdland. That one might be a little too obscure for me, Black Skull. Not sure what Birdland is or was. Was it a movie about the same time? Or was it a song that was by Peter Cetera? You know it's true. That would have been, is that a Milli Vanilli reference there, DD? Or am I just missing something? You know, when you get to be a man of a certain age, you start forgetting things. The jazz tune Birdland is generally the big song in most high school bands. I learned to hate it over there. Oh, okay. Yeah, we never played Birdland there, Black Skull. We never did. That was not one that we did, and I don't even remember. I don't even remember anybody talking about it in high school either. Now in high school band, I didn't do high school band, but I did do a humanities class, and the teacher allowed us to. No, sorry. I had a semester. No, I had a year where I had a humanities class, and I had a free period, and so I used that free period and used it to do a beginning band class. Well, there really wasn't anybody doing beginning band in that band class. Again, it was kind of a dump. I hate to say a dump stat, but it was just kind of like a filler. But the guys in there and we got to talking, and one guy played drums, the other guy played bass, and a couple of us played guitar. So we started a rock band in our what was that, third period band class. So we started a rock band, and then the jazz band, the high school jazz band, needed somebody to be their, for lack of a better term, roadie. They needed somebody to operate the spotlight and help wrap up microphone cords and move amplifiers and set things up for the shows that they would do. So I was a roadie for the jazz band. So did I get my first real six string at the five and a? Actually, I got my first real I actually got my first real six string at the pawn shop, Lexington, Kentucky. It was an Applause acoustic with the fiberglass back. It wasn't fiberglass. It was actually another material. It was like fiberglass. It was actually the same material that they made helicopter rotor blades out of. And it had an aluminum and plastic neck. So I liked it. I loved that guitar. I let somebody borrow it and I never got it back. So that happens. I'm supposed to exaggerate my road experience. You were a roadie for Bowie. Yeah, that's it. I was a roadie for Bowie. Actually, I'll tell you what I think would be a really interesting experience would be being a roadie for Rod Stewart. He takes his he's a model railroader, and he takes his projects on the road with him. So he'll work on weathering rolling stock and fixing up engines and do some remote bench work. You know, prepping bench work. And on his rider, he has to have extra space to do all that. I think he probably gets a little bit more. I think he probably gets a little bit more than just an ironing board in his room to work on his stuff. Hey, Savage Brewski. Nice to see you over there. I did not see you step into the chat there on the YouTube side of things, Savage. Sorry for not noticing you there earlier, but thank you for the congratulations. 4 years going strong. May change up the schedule. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about maybe doing every other Saturday for a little while, but we'll see how that goes. What a way to punch a hotel painter! No, no, that's not. I'm not punching in the gut. Well, don't take it so big, there, Black Skull. What I mean is, I've done hotel painting too, but I think he gets like a whole nother, like, obviously he gets a suite and they get a nice big table set up for him, and just look good. They actually provide lighting and everything for him. So I'm a little envious of that setup. I mean, like I said, I think that'd be an interesting gig to be a roadie for Rod Stewart. Oh yeah, you like trains, do you? Yeah. Because war gamers are just frustrated model railroad enthusiasts anyway. You heard what happened to me this past week, right? About paying? No, I did not. I did not. I've been out of the loop lately. I haven't really been keeping up with a lot of things of late with everybody. So no, I did not hear. Please elucidate what what horrible fate befell you. It's funny. I'm painting a piece of PVC piping to look like copper piping. Do a little dry brushes, some gold and some silver on that to brighten it up even. Let's see. Let's see. Let's read this tale of woe here. Oh, come on. Okay, so had to go to Jamestown this past week for about 2 days. It is 3 hours from my home. So, for those of you who don't know, Black Skull does fire alarm inspections. So it puts them on the road a bit. That's what he's telling us about. So about 2 days, 3 hours from home, I decided not to take my paints because I didn't know how the job was going to be. Uh-oh. Or if it was worth it for just a couple days. So I got to my hotel suite and found the longest table desk I have ever seen, about the same size as my table in my studio. It would have been perfect. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Wow. See, that's what happens when you break your traditions, Black Skull. I tell you what. So when I was younger, skateboarding and snowboarding were my thing. I'd still do snowboarding, except my boots rotted away in storage, so I can't go until I buy new boots, and I only buy step-ins, and they are really expensive. So that is a goal for the next year or so, to get my snowboarding gear back up to snuff so I can go more. Somebody invited me for this year, but I don't think I need to get back to them. I can't. I'm obviously not going to be able to make it. But yeah. So what I'm getting at is, I would fix to bring my skateboard along to places. And oftentimes my dad would say, "Nah, just leave that here. You won't have time for it." Well, you know what always happened? I always found a spot that would have been perfect to work, a little street spot or something, like a little bank or a nice little curb that I could do slappies on, or just, little pieces of terrain that we didn't have in the country, because where I lived was just out of town, and there were no sidewalks or decent places to ride. And this was before towns and municipalities got the idea that, hey, it might be a good idea to provide a little skate park for kids. So we just street skated everything. But I would drag it along, and I would always get, "Oh yeah, no, you're not gonna have time to do that." Well, there was always gonna, like clockwork, no problem. Oh yeah, there was time. There would have been time. I could have, if I had my skateboard, I could have ridden this. I could have done this while we were waiting on this or that or the other thing. Same thing with snowboarding. We'd drive out to Colorado in the springtime, late spring, early summer, and I was like, I should bring my board this year. "Oh, you won't have time for that." Of course, where you camp is just below the snowpack, and it wouldn't take much to hike up a little bit, a couple 100 feet, and take a couple of rides on the glacier that's there. So lesson learned: if you think you're gonna have time, take it with you, even if you don't think you're gonna have time. Yeah, and no ironing board required. Nice. Yeah, went against my gut and my norms. Yeah. Yeah, DD, I think we are still good for some time this summer. We'll have to get those worked out. I think, like I said, I don't know if you hear when I was mentioned it, but I think over the next couple of months, I'll start concentrating on my fire and ice stuff. So, yeah. We'll have to come up with a date. You know what? I'm gonna get a better better brush than that. Need to work on those too. Yeah. I mean, the thing is they are molded in color, so I mean, it's not like you have to. And in a pinch, you could just slap on some faces and bases, but um, the nice thing is, like I said, they are color coded armies. So if you the world, oh, I know what that is. So if you just hit them with a colored primer, that's like probably a good quarter of your work done right there anyhow. So but I'm not doing Gen Con this year. I think I'm gonna be doing Origins. Origins is in June. CharCon is in July. Wonderfest is in May. over there. River City Con is today and tomorrow, which going that far in the wintertime is a little much for me. Let's see. Still trying to get Misos to let me know if there's going to be a painting competition at Bourbon City this year. Yeah. If there's even going to be Bourbon City this year. I mean, is that... Have you heard one way or the other? I mean, I don't know either. You know what you could do, DD, is you could volunteer to run the painting competition if they could sponsor it and just start working on that with them. Offer to do the work. You know. Chris keeps saying the painting comp is being heavily considered. Well, the thing is you can heavily consider it, and before you know it, it's the week of, and they haven't heavily considered it. And so then they're scrambling around trying to find people to work with that have a clue, you know. So keep on them, DD. Keep on them. Let's see. I think I want to try to... Well, that's just gray. I didn't hit that with the color. So I think I will do something with that. The people who heavily considered the heavily considered people have been sacked, right? That sounds suspiciously like the opening credits to Monty Python and the Holy Grail. The people responsible for being sacked have been sacked. A moose once bit my sister. Mind you, moose bites can be nasty. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's just the opening credits on that are just a howl. Whips and chains, my man. I don't know about whips and chains. That's the wrong kind of channel. This channel does not have whips and chains. That's the other side of Twitch. I'm afraid. Not yet. Wait till ratings. Week. Let's not go to Camelot. 'Tis a silly place. Yes. It's only a model. Thin your paints. This is terrain. I'm not going to worry about it. It's not going to win any awards. Not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it. Wouldn't be prudent at this time. Not going to do it. Once the weather gets warmer, Jeff and I are going to make a custom tabletopper for D&D. Very cool. 1,000 points of light, but only 3 colors. Yeah. Old Dana Carvey did a great George Bush. What I think is interesting is you see some of these guys like Dana Carvey and let's see who else. Who else was big around that time? And they get to a point and they decide, oh, who was it? Was it Rick Moranis maybe? Stepped away to take care of his family more and to be more there for them instead of really taking his career bigger even, I think. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of respect for people that do that. Go, you know what? There's more life than just money and work and prestige. I think just about anybody in their right mind would rather be doing something they love instead of letting work take away their sucking away their lives, you know. What if you could instead of working on somebody else's house, what if you could work on your house, you know? I mean, think about that. I think about it a lot because I'm like, I'm working on everybody else's house except mine. Well, that's starting to bleed through a little bit, so we'll lay off of that. You do it for Randolph Scott, such as give examples, right? Oh, let's see. Let's see. Oh, it is 5:05. All right, let's let that set up and dry for a little bit. I'm gonna dig out the texture paste because, like a big dummy, I did not glue down sand before I primed this. So I'm gonna have to go with texture paste to get ground cover texture on that. And it is over here on this shelf. So now this is interesting. There are a lot of ways you can texture things. Um, these earth textures are very popular. Unfortunately, they're starting to come in smaller bottles, smaller jars. Well, you don't have to get this stuff. You can get this stuff as well: Liquitex, resin sand, um, or texture paste. They have all sorts of different sorts of texture gels and texture pastes. But this has a granularity to it. You can see it. It just doesn't have any color. So that's something else. Now, why use the Liquitex over the Vallejo? Well, when I got this was $13.99, up from, it used to be $12. Then it was a whole nother $2. Cost goes up, and I probably got that, I don't know, not long ago, really. History store, so up in Chillicothe. um, but there's also this Liquitex. This was $11, so a whole $4 cheaper than that. $3 cheaper. So you're kind of getting hosed when you buy something with the hobby name on it versus something with an art supply name on it. Liquitex or Golden, they both make these different kind of effects pastes. This is a resin sand. This is black asphalt, right? Black lava or asphalt. Now I went with this. They have the colored pastes, but black is fine. You can always paint right over it. But they do have different colors, different color earth. Even the sand sometimes is a different texture as well. But yeah, resin sand. Liquitex mediums a lot. Also, their acrylic gouache line. Yes, yeah, their acrylic gouache actually makes really great. It's a little thick. You're gonna have to thin it down, but it's got good pigment to it. So, if you don't mind a little elbow grease to get your paint to the consistency, gouache is actually a really good product to use. Um, and you're getting, for the price of two of these, you're getting about 8 times as much. So, you know. But yeah, Liquitex. I mean, if you do a little bit of spend a little shoe leather and look around your local Michaels or um, Dick Blick art supply store, art supply website, all this kind of stuff is comparable to this. It just doesn't come in the fancy colors or have a hobby name on it, but it's all practically the same stuff. So, I think since I've got the Vallejo Earth textures already open, I think we're going to go ahead and use that today on this project. So, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we get so hung up on hobby product lines that I think sometimes we forget to look at other products. All right. And this is just a nasty old cheapo brush. I'll add a little water because this has got a little bit of it's set just a little. It's a little on the dry side. See, there's sort of a finer grain there. So, and this is probably needs to be, I need to add quite a bit of water to it, really. do. I'm gonna get a little something a little stiffer to push this onto this project with. There we go. Here we go. So now we're cooking with gas, as they say in the old days. Just getting that on there, smoothing it right along. If it gets up on the sides, that's okay. We want it to look like it exists in the ground, on the ground. We don't want it floating up off of the ground. So oops. Cool, looking better. Still a little overly regular looking. I've got some of this stuff needs to get down off of there. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with using art brand additives, wetting agents, or drying retardant. All that kind of stuff. In fact, there's a lot of things that I think are probably white labeled because they're chemicals. They come from a chemical company. So I think probably some of the things that we get packaged in hobby packages are just white labeled products from the same supplier that supplies some of these art companies. So, no, there's nothing wrong at all with that. I think it's really resourceful too. Remember that, I don't know if you remember that video Dana Howell did on the golden SoFlats. I found a supply of those. I haven't bought them, but they flow good right out of the jar. They're not in a bottle; they're in a jar, obviously, because they're art product. But you could decant them into you could decant it into a bottle if you wanted to. I think. But I've always been interested in using the SoFlats. And for the price that you get a big jar. Literally, the jar is this this size. Now, some pigments are more expensive than others, so some jars will be more expensive. But for the average, a jar this size is like $8, right? Have you looked at the price of a Citadel paint jar lately? Think about that. 12 ounces, 8 ounces of paint for $8, or less than half an ounce, 18 milliliters for $6 or $8. Now, granted, you don't have to do anything with them. I mean, they're good right out of the jar, so, or the bottle. So you are paying for convenience when you pay for hobby products. You are paying for the convenience. There is something to be said for that. So it's not a terrible thing. You know, you can do whatever you want with your money, right? But there are ways to engage your hobby and still be conscious of things that are more of a deal or a steal than what you're getting when you get something that is specifically a hobby brand. All right, I'm going to put this away now. I think I'm done with that. We'll let that dry while I'm working on some other parts of the model. It's nice to have several different parts of the model, especially a large model like this. Though I don't know if I would call it a model. It's terrain. It's a model, right? So we'll call it a model. I always liked the turquoise colors, the weird colors of ancient control panels and control boxes. By ancient, I mean stuff from like the 40s and the 50s. They always had these trendy colors sometimes. Always kind of liked those, so I'm going with the light turquoise here, or light jade, whatever this is. It'll kind of stand out against that red, I think, really nicely. Oh, and look, there's even a UL stick. There is even a UL listing on this. Should lean into that. But the great thing about these colors here is that always looked really neat when they got rusted up. Because it was really this real weird brownish reddish. I saw a Bel Air one time that was just sitting rusting away in somebody's yard that was this color. Old Chevy Bel Air. And it had all the little rust blemishes on it. And it kind of leaches out through the paint. So I thought that was kind of neat. So I'm going to let that rest for a minute. Probably the primer seeping up, affecting the top coat. Yep, probably so. But you see that little bit of rust discoloration coming through that aquamarine, that 1950s aquamarine color that was so popular, especially the Chevys. Could never quite figure out how to get that color. But we're going to try it today. We may fail, but we may succeed. I may fall. Why don't you fly? Because I may fall. Oh, but you may succeed. You may fly. Ooh, very cool. Let's do this over here on this copper. Let's throw this down. Take this bright green, bright jade, whatever turquoise is. We'll wash that down on there. And then we'll just kind of wick it away from the big flat spots. Give it a little bit of a verdigris there. Did you know that back in those days, each car maker had their own proprietary primer formulas? I'm not surprised. Each color, I mean, they have their own proprietary colors as well. So, for instance, Toyota Black has a lot of red in it. So, you know, think Chevy Black has some brown in it. So it follows that they would have their own proprietary primers at the time too. Let's go ahead and pick up this butter tan here. We'll get that from bleeding through. And it's okay if it's thick and gross, it's just terrain. But yeah, that makes sense. They would have that. I think I'm going to go ahead and do some edge highlighting on this control box because things are going to get messy here in just a minute, I think. Because I'm going to do some sponge weathering, and then I'm going to do some just like straight up bare metal spots, and then I'm going to go back to using the rust. I think that's going to be really cool. So let's see. Let's get a little bit of the bold titanium white. Usually I don't like to use white. I think it desaturates too fast, but this time it's going to be okay. I won't scream if you don't holler. I guess I could use some of this butter tan or pale yellow or ivory even, but I'm not going to worry about it. We are not going to worry about this. No. Yeah? No. Yeah? No. Yeah? A little edge highlighting right here. Right here. Here, here, here. Edge highlighting. It's not just what it is, but also how you do it. Where you do it and how you do it. Use the edge of your brush. Edge of your brush. Don't have to take it all the way out to the end either. pretty good. I'm pretty satisfied with that, I must say. Let's add a little bit of butterscotch to that white. Or butter tan, whatever this is. We'll do a little edge highlighting on these hatches here. So I'm painting these up real nice so I can mess it up real bad. Sounds odd, right? Well, I reckon it is a bit odd, isn't it? But that's what we'll do. So, do I want to use a little bit of gold on that copper? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's see. We're going to go back and we're going to get out some of this, not the jet black. I'm going to get this charcoal here. Get this charcoal here. And we're going to get ourselves a little spongy sponge. And tear it up into little pieces so that the cat can find it and get choked on it. Oh, you know what I need to do? Oh, I had an idea. I had an idea. You know, that's the funny thing about ideas is they always attack you just as you are getting ready to do something else. Oh, yeah. Ah, brains sometimes. And when the brains, you don't know what you're going to do. It's too much. Let's get a little bit of water on that, a little more. Where it flows a little bit better. Well, it's too much water. Too much. I don't generally like to use my brush to do lettering or numbering on this. But I like to use paint markers actually for lettering and numbering. You've got more control, and you're not pushing the paint to one end of the digit. That's okay. It's going to get messed up anyhow, and it's going to look roughed up. All right. So that's 6-7, as the kids say. Let's see. I'll get something with a little bit sharper tip on it to make this more interesting here. Shaky hands. Well, yeah, it actually sort of, it has come to my attention that it means mid-range. What do you give it? Oh, I give it about a 6-7. Oh, what is it? 6-7. So is average. That's what I've heard, that it means average. So that's what I'm going to go with. It sounds plausible. That's what mid stands for. Miar says he worked today. It was easy. Made some money. And then we spent it. We went to eat. She bought some personal items. I went to Michael's. Nice. Yes, you went to Michael's, but did Michael's come with you? Well, yeah, mid means mid, but I mean, two things can be true at the same time, Dee Dee. Michael did not come with you. Get back to painting. Maybe I should do that today. Sure. Hey, no time like the present. I'm actually painting right now. No, they can't. Liar. Oh, you're gonna abuse me on my own channel? Oh boy. Okay. I guess I deserve it. You're gonna abuse me on my own channel. Wow. Of course. Uh, there's no other there's no other place to do it right now, right? There's no better way to do it. No better way to do it. What other options do you have? Michael would not come with you unless you offer the promise of puppies, paint water taffy, and a big jar of ice yellow. Well, there you go. I mean, I could wait until you come back down to Bourbon City. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like a long way off, though. I mean, it's probably better to get out of your system now, DD. All right, what's next? Well, I think what we'll do is we'll put some distressing on these numbers. Get a little bit of this red back out here. And we'll stick with the thin brush here. And we'll just take a couple of swipes across. Probably not very good at weathering, but it's going to get worse as we go along here. So, I mean, more weathering. Looks a little like a Shriner hat. Maybe at the top I should attach a big gold tassel. Maybe. That's kind of funny. Maybe a couple of antennas or something. Actually, that might be pretty cool. A couple of antennas. Close enough. Close enough. Close enough. All right. Now, I'm glad I got to do that. I got to do that. Let's see. Let's see. Not a bad idea. It would be a JP Easter egg or a wink. Small. It needs a small vest with pins. Yes, but my fez is blue, guys. My fez is blue. Remember, my fez is blue. Do a little weathering here. Thing about weathering is it's easy to go overboard and it's easy to get it in the wrong spots. Places that don't make sense. And it's easy also, especially with something like this, that sometimes you can even wind up imprinting the same. If you don't twist, you got to keep turning what you're using the weather with, like this sponge weathering, because if you don't, it'll be the same shape over and over again, and the eye will pick up on it. You're right. I should start over. Yeah. No, no. Maybe on the next one. Maybe the next one, you know. Nope, that's too much. Well, it's too much. It's just going to be now. I got carried away. I jammed that sponge in too hard. Completely messed that up. Oh well. I guess I can't play in the game tomorrow, guys. I messed up the terrain so bad. We've been planning this game for a month. Ain't nobody backing out now. You know? Uh Alright, we're gonna use some gunmetal from Vallejo. Squeeze out way too much probably, or not enough, I'm not sure. Then we're going to go back over where I dinged it already. That gives a little bit more definition going over a darker tone like that. It kind of looks sort of like primer is rubbed away. So we see primer, and then we see the bare metal underneath it. At least that's what I tell myself. That's what it's supposed to look like, but whether it does or not, really, I don't know. Let's see. You're right. You should start over. You'd be you'd be bound by blood. Also, my phone has been shutting off on me once more, and now goes and doesn't work. Oh my. Well, Miar, sounds like your phone is giving you a fit. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right. I like that. Just do a little distressing on the copper there. Copper-ish, brass, whatever this is. A metal of unknown origin. That's interesting looking. Interesting. Very interesting. Cool. Cool. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. All right. So, let's set this aside for the moment. Let's see. Let's see. GPS is what I typed. I can't take it anymore. I'm ready to go back to flip phones. Oh. And now GPS doesn't work. Okay, I see. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense. All right. Let's let this dry. It won't take long, I think. And then we'll hit it with my new favorite thing. This is like my new favorite thing. We'll see what happens with this rust from Dirty Down. We'll see what happens. So, I think I'm gonna take a little break. It is 6 o'clock. Yeah. So I took a break at 3. Yep. So it's good time to take a break. Let's I'll be back on in 20 to 25 minutes, I think. Gonna get a little bite to eat, I believe. Shake the crud out of it. Yes. Yes, it's already been shaken once today. As well as I put it on the shaker. I shook it by hand and I mixed it up. I actually scooped the gunk out of the bottom and stirred it up. So I think I'm gonna take a little break and get some food. Shake, 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 shake the dirty, shake it down. All right, break time. 25 minutes. I will see you all back here if you so desire to come back. Here we go. And we are back. Back on the attack. All right. Excuse me. Oh my. All right. We're going to get to dirtying down. Dirty down. Dirty down, dirty down. All right, shake her up a little bit more. Shook her already today. We'll shake it some more. All right. Shaky, shaky, shake, shaky, shake. Shaky, shaky, shake, shaky, shake. Shaky, shake. Yes, yes, yes. And we'll take a little. Hey, Club Me 1019, how you doing? So, welcome in if you're your first time viewer. If you're not, welcome back. If you're on the YouTube, feel free to like, share, and subscribe. Do all the things. Help me get to level there so I can do more live streams, even remotely. You have to have 1,000 followers before you can do a remote live stream off of a device. So if you like, share, subscribe, it helps juice Al Gore's rhythm. Thank you for saying hi. Appreciate you being here. I am celebrating my 4 years of streaming on, 4 years streaming on Twitch, a year streaming on YouTube and Rumble. So building some minis, nice. I'm working on some terrain for a game of Space Station Zero. So this is my latest piece. I worked on a piece earlier today, and I had a couple pieces that I worked on last week that I've got on the shelf. So at the end of the show, we'll put them all together. But I was just going to hit this with some Dirty Down. I don't know if you've ever heard of this stuff or not. But Dirty Down is from goblinshut.com. And it is rust water-soluble paint, and it is literally painting with iron oxide. This is the basic rust. They make a yellow rust. They make a verdigris, which is the green copper look. They make snot, so that's clear, and then they make a version of this that has red dye in it called gore. So if you're into painting minis, this stuff is a really great tool. I have to say, I don't want to say I'm addicted to using this, but I've really enjoyed using it and seeing the results that it gives me. So that's what I got to say about that. So, all right, we're going to hit this thing with some rust, and we're going to just right here, right there, right here, right there. But what minis are you working on there, Club Me? Doing some Warhammer or some Whiz Kids, or what exactly? What's your what's your model of choice tonight? It's okay. You're some 40K Votan. Nice. Very cool. What colors are you using? What's your primary and secondary colors? If you've got primary and secondary colors on those, like what color is the armor and shoulder pads, you don't have to answer. It's okay if you're just happy hanging out in chat. That's cool. Whites and blues, nice. That's gonna look sharp. That's gonna look really sharp. Are you doing okay with your whites on that, or because sometimes people have trouble with their whites? What's your secret to doing whites or light colors in general? If you got any secrets, working up the whites from an almost reddish undertone. Oh wow, wow, very cool. That'll give you a little bit more warmth in that white. Then I think. If I had to guess, there's a slight. I mean, while our model paints are opaque, there is a little bit of light that actually passes through and bounces back to our eyes. So picking up some of those warmer tones from that undertone with red there. That's a pretty good strategery, I think. That's going to look pretty neat. kind of wish that I had the yellow rust, because yellow rust would be newer rust. Because rust, the darker rust is, the older it is. Pumpkin, buddy boy, this is not a good place for you right now. Are you inspecting my workspace there, Inspector Pumpkin? There, Professor Pumpkin? Does it meet up with your expectations? Huh? So Pumpkin is my cat. He's here to inspect my workspace, I think. What? What? Whoa. I go from off red base and work up through layers of ivories and creams. Okay, good. And then use actual white for very small pinprick highlights. The key I find is not to use too much white. Exactly. Very true. Very true. Yeah. So you are working with a warmer sort of recipe for your whites, from the reds to the ivories, and then just getting that suggestion of white at the very end, because we're trying to fool the eyes. That's the thing about miniature painting. We actually do a lot of jiggery pokery to kind of trick people's eyes into thinking they're seeing things that they aren't really seeing. So white, we're usually going to use close to being white, and then at the end actually use white. So yeah, good job. Sounds like you got it dialed in. Been painting minis long? Probably longer than me, right? Probably better than me. Myar over here on Twitch says, I'm making a junk cardboard filter box for my 3D printer. I'm nervous to print something. I think I'll have a failed print like many others. Well, that is an adventure that I have not taken yet, Myar. You'll have to tell us all about that. Well, the nice thing is you can probably use some of those bad prints and use bits and pieces off of them for other projects. Just cut off the good pieces and use them somewhere else. That's something I've not gotten into yet. Yet, I say. That's pretty good looking right there. Maybe I won't do too much more with the dirty down. Maybe I'll just leave it as it is. Maybe thin it just a smidge. See what this does. Thin it down. See where that takes us. See where this takes us. Thin down rust effects. That's kind of nifty. See, I used to paint years ago, but only recently got back into it after taking a long break due to life. Yeah, understandable. Always enjoyed art, so it all translates. Absolutely. I find the process of painting very relaxing. Excellent. Excellent. I do too. I enjoy it. I want other people to enjoy it, and that's kind of why I started my channels here. Was to one, it gives me a reason to work on my pile of opportunity. And two, it helps me. It helps. It allows me to help other people that might be getting stuck on a particular project or not sure how to start. What you doing, Pumpkin? What are you doing? Okay, he's all right. If you like painting, uh, club me. Check out Build Paint Play on Tuesday nights at 7 o'clock on YouTube. It's pretty neat. It's usually it kind of talks about the miniatures industry a bit, and they usually interview somebody that's notable in the industry, notable painters, artists, people that do manufacturing, um, lore writers, etc. Um, Pretty neat little show. 7 o'clock on Tuesday nights at on YouTube. That's 7 o'clock Eastern U.S. time. FIW. FIY. FYI. FYI. That's it. That's pretty good. It's kind of scuzzy looking. Yeah, that's. I've enjoyed the hobby for a long time, and I had a short period where I really wasn't doing too much with it. But I mean, I had a few figures here and there that I'd keep up, and I'd paint. You know, get a handful, paint them up. But I wasn't anywhere near the volume of what I'm painting nowadays. I had a period where I was just collecting stuff, and I hadn't worked out in my head. Sometimes you're in situations where you just can't get the bandwidth in your brain to deal with some things. So, Pumpkin, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I gotta close this bottle up while you're up here, buddy boy. You're not going to want to get your schnoz in that. Nope. Does it meet with your approval, sir? Huh? All right. So the next thing is going to be to paint the base texture. What's up, Pumpkin? Huh? What's up, buddy? You just want to lay on my lap? It's hard to paint with a cat on your lap. Well, Club Me, if you are interested in it all, I have got a charity fundraiser going on over on my Twitch channel for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. If you feel you'd like to make a donation towards that, you can hop over to twitch.com, same channel name, JP Got Rockets, and make a donation if you'd like. Our goal is $250. We are right now at $121, so not quite halfway there. So just putting that out there just to let you know, because you wouldn't know just by looking at my YouTube page. But there it is. What's up, Pumpkin? You know, I can't really work with you on my lap, buddy. I know. I closed the door and you had a temper tantrum out in the living room. You just decided to tear the whole place apart, knocking things down and knocking things off. Ow. Really? You're going to bite me? Bite and scratch? Bite and scratch? Are we playing Bitey Scratchy? Huh? Ow. Ow. Alright, out you go. It's just not the right place for the rough house with the cat. Just not the right place or the right time to rough house with the kitty. All right. All right. I swear he comes in here just to shed. I'm coming in here. I'm going to shed all over everything so I can mess up your projects, Dad. That's what he says. I'm going to shed everywhere so that even when you think you don't have a cat hair on your project, you're going to have a cat hair on your project. Yeah. Probably so. Let's see. Dry brush. We'll use the smaller dry brush. Medium size smaller dry brush. To me, painting is a process that anybody can learn. Now, there are different methods and different approaches that can be applied. You know, wet blending, dry brushing, all those kinds of things. There's no one right way to approach it other than just to do it. Some people like the slap chop style, or as you would say, grisaille. The quick and dirty shading, pre-shading, with a glaze wash over it. Yep. Nothing wrong with that at all. That's one way to go. Wet blending the bejeebers out of everything. That's another way to go. Just wet blend, wet blend, wet blend. That's cool. Then there's guys like me that go layer, dark layer, medium layer, light layer, and then highlights, wash, and then pick up the tones, the brighter tones again. Lots of different methods, lots of different results. Everybody finds what makes them happy. That's the one thing about this is there's no code to it. You know, there's no inspectors, there's nobody coming around telling you that you're doing it the wrong way. It's just you. It's just you, the mini, and the paint. That's all that matters right there in that moment. Now look at that rust. Look at that rust starting to show like it's really rusty and crusty. That actually turned out pretty good, even going over the paint. Because sometimes you'll have paints, you'll have rust that will soak through the paint. Yep. Or you'll have like little blooms of rust show up on the outside layers of paint. Excuse me. Coca-Cola burp. Cool. All right. Nice. Nice. Gneiss. Nice. Which that's a mineral. So when you say nice and you mean the mineral, you could also say, hey, that really rocks. Nice. It rocks. Gneiss, right? Or IESS. Nice. GNIESS. Nice. It really rocks. I am a firm believer in the more puns, the better. I allow puns. I encourage puns. So, just chatting away here, because that's what we do on this channel. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Chat, chat, chat. Sometimes people talk back. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Let's see. Maybe I'll drop a little white in this layer. So, Club Me, what is your favorite part of painting miniatures? Do you like just the painting part, or how do you feel about the building part? Or are you like me, try to get as many single piece castings as you can? Miar. I got you, Miar. I got you, man. get some paper towel here. Yeah, I know paper towel is the worst thing for using if you're dry brushing, but this is just terrain, so I'm not too worried about being too fancy or too concerned about a lot of tonal chalkiness or the like. Not really too overly worried about it. Let's see. Hate building, especially with the GW sprue layouts. Yeah, absolutely. So GW sprue layouts used to be a lot better because it was you'd clip off an arm, clip off the other arm, clip out the torso. You might have to glue the front and back half of the torso together. Glue on the backpack, glue on the legs, and you're done. And then, of course, the head. Head went on the top, arms left and right, legs, one unit usually. Now they've got everything so split up. You know, what, like 18 pieces for one Space Marine now, and where it used to be 7? Seriously, a Space Marine used to be 7 pieces. Now it's like 18 pieces to put one dude together. And if you want to change the position or do any kind of conversion, you literally have to build the model before you cut it up to do things you want to do with it. You know, if you want to make something different than what's in the box. So yeah, I feel you there. I am not too happy with the current state of what GW is selling to people. I suggest if you like to build, if you don't like to build, which I get that, I have to be in the right mood for building, you know. You can look for single metal single castings. 3D printing, obviously that's a thing that's a newish thing. I mean, not as new as it was, but you know, there's lots of ways to get around having to there's lots of ways of getting around building models and getting right to painting. Brian, my friend that runs Sea Dog Game Studios, has got a line of ship models, sailing ships that are 1/300 scale, so 6mm, that are historically accurate, and they go together real easy. You just plug the mast in, and glue the rigging onto the sides, and away you go. Out of the box and onto the table as quick as you like. And the parts are spread over multiple sprues. Yep, exactly. Exactly, Club Me. The having to track down all those different little pieces is absolutely 100% irritating. I got you. I got you there. I totally agree. All right. So let's look at what these. Let's see what this terrain all looks like all together. Oh. All right. So this is the terrain that I've got fixed up and ready to go for Space Station Zero tomorrow afternoon. I got it. I got some of this stuff from, now this one I put together myself, but these three pieces I got when I finished buying out what was left out of a game store that was going out of business. So I replaced the base on this. This is a piece of foamed PVC foam. So the same stuff that PVC pipes are made out of, but it's foam and it comes in a sheet. So you can get that at sign shops. This was an offcut that I found on the floor after Origins last year. So I've still got a little bit of it left. Probably a piece about 3 feet long and I don't know, 6 or 8 inches wide. So I used Dirty Down on this. This had the metallic paint job on it, and they painted the lights and everything. But I went ahead and refurbished the base because it was just cardboard and it was all beat up, bent up and beat up. And so I put a more durable base on it, put new grit on it, used super glue actually. Yeah, and then hit it with the Dirty Down. This is my first project with Dirty Down, and I'm pretty happy with the way it turned out. So, looks old and crusty like it's been inside of a derelict space station. And here's a old VHS, the inside of an old VHS tape. So this was just spray painted gray. So I cut the base down a little bit because it was a little bit too big for what it was, in my opinion. And repainted the base. Painted up the gear here. And yeah. Just went from kind of basic to beautiful, I guess. If you call it beautiful, I don't know. And then this was another piece that somebody did. Just a simple little blocking piece, I guess. You climb up here into the top of this hopper and stand and shoot at somebody if you wanted to, I guess. So added a little bit extra sand in there. But this was green and purple. It was green here and purple in the middle. So, which it didn't look terrible, but I wanted it to match the rest of my terrain that I was working on for tomorrow's game. And then this all together with that. And I'll be taking pictures of this unit all together. It'll be able to be seen on my Instagram page. So I don't know if you follow Instagram, but I have an Instagram page, JP Got Rockets, same as the channel name. And yeah, if you want to see these in a little bit better light or all together, posing the terrain all together here. And then this is just another, plastic cup. This is an electrical connector, a 4-port ideal push-in. Here's some old wire that I just formed to make look like conduits. A little piece of CPVC pipe here. Elbow, 32 cents at Lowe's. Some old 40K tank bits right there and there. Of course, I used the Vallejo grit basing texture grit paste on here, and again, this is another piece of that foam, PVC foam board, not to be confused with blue foam or foam core. It's actually PVC, and if you look, there's like little tiny. You can tell there's little holes. It's a little porous, so it's got a kind of a slick outer shell. But if you sand it down, you can glue right to it, no problem. So, yeah. So all four of those are ready to go for tomorrow. And I've got some 40K like intermodal containers. I've got 3 of those, and I could probably dirty them up a little bit, but I think I want to change horses here and work on something else. So I'm going to put these away here. Any questions as to what I've been doing tonight? Anybody got any questions? No questions. Okay, that's great. No problem. It's all pretty well cut and dried. I think I've been having a hard time with this camera. So it used to be a little bit lower and over to the right of my right, which is this way. So I may be moving in and out of frame. So I apologize if there's things that you wanted to see that you haven't seen. Feel free to go back and look at the video on demand. So, yeah. Anyway, I think that's dirty enough, and I think it matches up fairly decently with what's going on here. All right, I'm gonna put these away. Alright, I'm going to clean my palette off real quick and probably refresh the water in my water cups. And yeah. And then we'll paint a classic Warhammer 40K mini. Classic. One that was hard to find at the time, and probably even harder to find now. nice brushes. And we're going to change out our water here. Really? Really, Pumpkin? Is that what you're going to do? Huh? Is this what you're going to do? Can I have my seat, sir? Please? Huh? May I have my seat? What a cat. What a cat. We have got a cold advisory. That's surprising. Who would have thought? All right. So this is the female catechin, jungle fighter. So somebody glued a Acadian helmet to the back of her web gear. So I'm going to leave it like that because that's how it is, but that's not part of the original model. That's a huge helmet for her. She's actually a fairly small figure. So here's an average size figure right here. And so they did kind of give her shorter proportions. So anyhow, we're going to paint this young lady right up here. And we're going to start out with working on her flesh tones first. So let's see what we got here. Bright shadow flesh. So we gave her a base coat on her flesh of beige red. I believe it's beige red. Where is it? Is it this one? This one. It is. It is here somewhere. Beige red. It's a Monument Hobbies color, Pro Acryl color. Where is it? Oh, right here in front of me. Derp derp derp. So I started out with this for the base coat for the skin, and then I'm just gonna go with this for the secondary, the mid-tones. I'm not really gonna worry about a high tone, maybe this time. But yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and get the mid-tone going. If we do want a lighter tone to go on top of the bright shadow flesh, we can always do that later. We can always go ahead with that just by adding a little bit of ivory into it. So I've been using, lately I've been using the Monument Dauntless Synthetic Double Aught 00. I really like it. Now I believe this is actually a Game Envy that's been rebranded. So you can get Game Envy or you can get Monument Hobbies. It's the same. It's the same brush. This is a synthetic, and it is hooking a little bit, but you're going to have that. Synthetics are the way to go for metallics for sure. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. It's a nice brush. Works well. And here we go. Get a little water on it. And then we'll do her flesh, and then we'll work from the inside out. Put my goggles on here. know. Workshop has always had a hard time sculpting female faces. Got kind of squinky eyes, you know. Now, if I had time, I'd probably find a better head and cut this one off and glue that one on. On the other hand, this is a very difficult figure to find anymore. So what I really want to vandalize one of these little tiny pieces of art. I mean, kind of vandalizing it is kind of vandalizing anyway because I am painting it in my own colors. But starting to tear the paint there. Don't want to do that. That is the problem. One of the problems with wintertime painting in a somewhat cold room is paint does not want to behave and cooperate sometimes. Sometimes it stays wet longer, stays soft. It doesn't dry it quite as quick. All right. So the next thing is going to be touch up her shirt there a little more. And I believe I used bright warm gray on that. So we're going to use dark neutral gray, bright neutral gray, and regular neutral gray for her clothes. But I used bright warm gray for her shirt. So we're going to go ahead and do that. All right. Hopefully I'm not picking up any of that red there. Since I've already got a layer of that over her shirt already, I just want to get sort of another really thin layer over. Clear off some of that. Clear some of that off. So one thing about synthetic brushes is they don't soak the paint up quite as well as a they don't soak the paint up quite as well as, say, um, natural hair bristles. They are a little more on the absorbent side. I gotta be careful. There I go. There I go, getting ahead of the paint. Getting ahead of the paint there. Don't want to do that because that's where you start getting that weird um, orange peeling effect. And once it starts, you can't really come back from it. Aside from stripping the whole figure and starting over again. So that's where I need to exercise patience. All right. All right, let's go with our dark neutral gray and painter pants. Painter pants. So it is 7:45. We are going till midnight tonight. Midnight Eastern time. That's 9 o'clock West Coast. For those of you who I know on the West Coast, or 10 o'clock Mountain Time, or 11 o'clock Central. So I could be using a number 2, but I don't have a number 2 right now. So at least not one that I like as much as I like this style of this series of brush. So I don't know why they glued the helmet on her web gear back here. Didn't really need it, but oh well. It's how she came. I think I got her in a group of stuff. And oh well. Oh well. Cat here. All right. let's wick some of that away. That got a little bit out of hand there. We're just going to take a little extra water on the brush, and we're going to irrigate that area and pull away some of that extra paint that got there that didn't want it to go there. Yeah, we're going to drop that in there like that. Get a nice, crisp, clean edge where those surfaces change direction. There's a little bit of a mold line left right there, but I can't tell. Hard to tell. Yep. Tore the paint a little bit there. That's okay. That's okay. We'll survive somehow. Okay. Alright, let's see. What next? Let's go with neutral gray, that middle gray color. Now we're going to detail the folds and wrinkles in her trousers. And we're just going to hit this one here, like this, and like this. this. So this young lady is going to be one of our other soldiers for the Space Station Zero crew. So little edge highlighting on the edges. The radio box here on the back of the helmet. The earphone box is on the side of the helmet. Do a little color right next to these scratches on the helmet right there. Yeah. Cool. So I think that's a good first layer of highlights on her pants. So we'll do another level of highlights on her pants as well. And we're going to go with Pro Krill Bright Neutral Gray. Monument Hobbies Pro Krill Bright Neutral Gray. So we went up with the mid-tone neutral gray. So we went from dark to neutral to bright. And so we'll just go ahead and when we edge highlight, we just want to do just a little dot maybe at the corners of this next level of highlighting here. We're going to go less and less and less. Every time we make a pass, we cover less material. And we'll let the previous color do a little more work. And we're going to fake the eye. We're going to make people's eyes fill in the blanks, so to speak. So just a little bit by little bit, less and less coverage. We're just trying to get the top sides of wherever the light would hit. Just because we sort of got the bottom sides with the mid-tone. Gotta take a breath for a second. Whew. Ah. Take a breath for a moment. All right. Still tired. I'm kind of getting tired. I got 4 hours to go. Let's mix in a little bit of this medium tone with the light warm gray here. Maybe I want to go very subtle here, and we'll do some subtle shading here. Maybe. Let's see. I'm going to go get the male counterpart of this figure and want to compare what I did color-wise on him with what I'm working on her. I sort of have an idea, but I want to get it precise. Oops. All right. So, yeah. Clean up the pants a little bit. Weird. All right, we're going to set this dude over here. Oops. Oh, we'll set him here. And we'll look at that for reference from time to time. we'll go back to this neutral gray and knock down some of where it's just a little too bright on these pants, like right here. Right here. Bring it up just a little bit there. Bring that down. And then bring some of this back up. Then we'll use this warm, bright warm gray, and we worked a little shadow right into there, so we're gonna come right along here, and we're gonna put that in that seam, put that shadow in the seam. Knock that back underneath there just a little bit. Alright. I think that's her clothes done pretty much. Pretty much there. Goodness gracious. Oh. Stretch. Oh, stretch. Hydrate. Need to hydrate. Need to de-water and hydrate. And then let's see. I think if I take a little bit of this middle gray, and I go right here, I can clean up that spot there just a little bit. All right. How goes the painting? Hey, Greedy. 4 years of streaming. Yep. Thank you very much. The painting is going great. Right now, I'm working on some figures that I'm going to be using for a game of Space Station Zero tomorrow. Here are our two soldiers, Duke and Sarah. So Sarah Vasquez and Duke. I can't remember his last name. I gave it. I wrote it down somewhere. I don't remember now. So we're playing. We're doing a freighter crew, and the freighter crew gets two soldiers. So these are going to be them. So. Maybe it was Dutch. Was it Dutch or was it Duke? I'll have to look. I know I wrote it down. It might be in my Instagram. Anyhow, that's how it's going. Yeah, so I just wanted to have him out where I can reference how I'm gonna be painting her the rest of the way here. So, yep. Thank you very much. They look okay. I mean, I'm sure more important patient people could probably do much better than I can do with them, but they'll serve for the purpose, you know. Now, if I can find the browns that I wanted to use, that I had used for their boots and the like, I believe I used oak brown, and don't tell me I put the browns away. I don't think I did. Let me see. Let's see. That's a gray. That's another gray. Blue. This is not a brown. That is Tinny Tin. Did I use... Oh, I did use... Here's an oak brown. I think I used that. And maybe it was Dirt Spatter. And then I might have used ivory. Ivory or pale sand just to mix in for highlights. Let's see. That could be... I thought it might be over here. But perhaps not. Perhaps not. Let's see. First thing I should probably do is I should probably hit everything I want to be metallic with black. Of course, I do post up in the Discord and in the Instagram whenever I do these. And then I did some terrain earlier. I finished up 4 pieces of terrain that I've been working on. So, finished those up earlier today. So I'm going to go ahead and paint this metallic metal black. Whatever's going to be metallic, I want to paint black. Oops. Let's see. I need to sign up on Instagram. Yeah, it helps. There's another site that's specifically for painting miniatures. I signed up for it, but I really haven't done anything with it yet. It's called baselayer.io, I think. And it's I don't know if it'll go anywhere. There's too much inertia on with Instagram. You know, I think people are so used to using it that I don't think they're going to want to switch over to another social media site, yet another social media um, outlet. Just don't just don't see that going too far. But it's a place you can actually write up articles and the like. You're not just stuck on building your gallery and posting up with shorts and nobody sees it. You know. So base layer is an interesting one. I need to learn more about it. That might be a good direction to go to expand myself in the overall industry. I don't know. And then we're going to do boots in black, and then we're going to go over the black with the brown. We're doing it in black because there are metal bits. There are metal shin guards on the boots. They could really be any color, but we're going with metallic. So this is the old Citadel handle, and it's pretty decent, but it's hard to get close into the figure sometimes. So this is the new Citadel handle, and it's a little fiddly at the top. It's not quite as beefy, and I don't see any way to switch them out. Unfortunately, I guess I could cut it off here and put a 1/4 inch nub in there, because the old one uses a 1/4 inch 20 screw here. So that gives a lot of ideas for projects, you know. I just finished a 68 Volkswagen Bug for my wife. It looks okay. First car I've done in about 30 years. Well, there you go. I mean, that's a start, right? Get you back. It puts you back in the mind frame. I've got some cars and the like. Tell you what I'd really like to do is I'd like to get some 1/24 scale cars, and I would like to kit them out for a big, large scale game of Gaslands. I don't know if you've ever heard of Gaslands or not. Gaslands is a sort of post-apocalyptic Mad Max, sort of a demolition derby meets NASCAR sort of a thing. I believe it was written by Joseph McCullough, who's got about, I don't know, I think he's got 8, maybe 10 games out himself. But never heard of Gaslands. It sounds very cool though. Yeah, yeah, it is. For sure, I'll have to post it on Discord. Yeah, definitely put it on Discord. You're on DD's Discord, I think, right? I've never heard. Oh, yeah, Gaslands. Yeah, Gaslands. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's really neat. You got all sorts of dirty tricks you can do. Spill oil. You know, you can put an oil slick down. You can outfit your car with all sorts of weapons and spikes and dozer blades and machine guns and flamethrowers and all sorts of horrible things to harm and maim your fellow man on the tabletop. Oh yeah, well DD was in here earlier today in chat. He hung out for a little while until it was time to take a break and get some lunch, the like. Then he dipped out. Probably had things to do. That happens sometimes, you know. Oh yeah, absolutely. Gurgle, stomach gurgle. Really need to get a number 2. This double aught is nice, but I think it doesn't quite get me where I need to go fast enough. Back and pictures posted. Awesome. Let me grab my tablet and we'll take a look at your pictures. Because I don't know how to bring the pictures up on the on the interwebs yet. I've just never mastered that. But let me grab my tablet. We'll take a look. Company miniatures. That's not it. Where is it? Nope, it's down here. There it is. Oh wow, nice. Nice. Very cool. I mean the paint is nice and even. Did you use airbrush on this? Paint is nice and even. Oh, I like. You know what's really even? So you did the interior. That's impressive. Nice job. Very clean work on the interior. Nice. Very nice. But you know what I think is the coolest part about this is my stomach gurgling. Yes, my stomach is gurgling. I like the antenna. I like the antenna. That's really cool. Pastel pink and blue. Very nice. Very 1960s. Very nice. I'm going to mute this for just a moment. Spray can for the blue and pink. Very cool. I'm going to mute for just a minute. Okay, sorry. I am back to it. Greetings, programs. So, here we are. Yo, Myar. Greedy back. Yeah, I was AFK for just a moment. Nice. Well, yeah, I think you should paint some more. Greedy. I think you did a fine job. Don't stop now. All right, where are we here? Yeah, I had AFK for just a moment. I had to talk to somebody on my Discord. We're working out the particulars for tomorrow's game of Space Station Zero. So, looking forward to it. But yeah, it's nice nice even paint work there, Greedy. For sure. For sure, for sure. Not that one. Oh yeah, I got third on that painting competition. Nice, Miar. That was the Modifius one, right? I totally forgot. Oh, don't forget those things. That's a um that is a huge that is a huge accomplishment. I mean, the competition in that was pretty stiff, Miar. So that is definitely a accomplishment. absolute. Third. And see, that was one of those ones that's I usually call would be like what you might call adversarial, where you are going up against each other, as opposed to just like state fair style judging, where is it your best work? Is this the best job on this figure for the artists themselves? So you're actually going up against other people, and so you got third. That's pretty stonking amazing, amigo. That is nothing to. That is definitely something to write home about. It's nothing to hide from the world, man. That's really great. Your autistic heathen made a mess. DD back in the house. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Was your afternoon everything you wished it to be? Did it meet and exceed your wildest dreams? It was a tough job, some quick crunch time overdrive. It panicked at the end, thought I wasn't going to finish the diorama in time. Oh yeah, I think I sort of remember you were like in crunch mode there towards the end. I sort of think I remember that. Cuz that was just before I had to stop streaming cuz it was too hot in the pocket dimension here. Here in the pocket dimension, because my AC had decided to poop out on me. Stayed up until the next day and went to work. Oh wow. Oh man. Beast mode. Miar turned on beast mode. Beast mode. Best brown paint is oak brown. Trust me, folks, it is absolutely the best brown colored paint in all of miniature painting. I thought I saw an ivory over here, but I guess not. I thought I saw ivory. Because ivory is not in the place that I usually keep it, on my desk. Well, I'm going to take a little bio break real quick, and I'll be back in 5. So, give me a minute.